Welcome in. Hi. Hello. Congrats on first, Alaska. And congrats on second, Ocean. Welcome in, both of you. Thank you for pressing your daily snooze buttons. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. My children, aka my cats, have not wished me a happy Mother's Day. A true tragedy. But on the theme of Mother's Day, we're gonna play Hades, which we would have been playing anyway, because it's Sunday. Sunday is Hades days. And so we're gonna go see Mom. See if we can get to Persephone once again. Alright, let me make sure that's updated. But I hope you guys have had a good Mother's Day as well. A miracle has occurred and what is it? Not StreamCord is finally registering me as streaming. I don't know what I did, but it's fixed finally. Oni! Hello. How are you? My favorite person ever. Let me get the game pulled up. Game. Pull up the game. There it is. I did switch a couple buttons around to make it so easier for me to use the call. Also, I hope audio will be fine, since I have not streamed Hades with this stream software yet.
What news, Spirit?
Well, at least I won the bet. Cause of death mauling. Well, sure. If you call that a win.
Hello?
Nah, that seems quiet. Let me turn this up and then the other sounds down. Love this game. Welcome in, Foxree. I also love Hades. It is a great game. Settings. Turn down this. No, not brightness. No, no, no. Oh, I like that it has fucking examples. Okay, I hope that's good. That way we can properly hear voices and stuff. Well, hi Hypnos. What you got to say?
Oh, neat. Thanks. It's not so bad that you keep coming back like this, is it? At least for me it isn't.
My brain is used to Palea controls. F is interact and Palea. Not here.
I'm getting used to it, though I don't think I'd feel particularly welcome anymore if not for you, Hypnos.
Well, that's fine. I haven't given Hypnos much. Anyway, let me just switch. I switched this from... I'm just gonna switch that back to G. Can't think of how many times it took me to get the true ending. LOL, I haven't touched it touched 2 yet. I also have not touched the second game. I'm waiting for full release for the second one. I know it's still like in early access.
Natural causes got you again, huh? That's a real shame. I mean, imagine one day you're just going about your business and then you're dead. Although I guess you don't have to imagine it like I do.
Exactly, Hypnos.
No.
Oh, how could he?
So my first playthrough of this has been on stream. I mean, this is still my first run through. Hi. Or my first save file. We've gotten to Mom. God, how many times have we got? Can I find that information somewhere? Maybe in the record. My beautiful. Why can't I give you gift? Oh, right. We have to do something. Your next heart is locked.
Have to tell you something, Than. My birth mother, she didn't abandon me.
Give Dusa gifts?
Or at
I've
least
been giving
she
her
didn't
gifts.
think she
Actually,
did.
I think her heart might be locked as well. I think we might have gotten
She
her up to the
didn't think
point where...
She did? What are you talking about, Zach? She left when you were born, was never seen or spoken of again until all this with you.
Well, it turns out she never knew I was alive at all. Complications when I was born. She had been struggling already here, and it was all too much, I guess. By the time Nix brought me back, my mother was long gone.
What? But Mother Nix and your father, they could have sent for her, let her know.
Lulu, you're
They
gonna
must
fall.
have known where she went.
Lulu, you're falling. Oh! Don't fall. Okay. Yes, I have been keeping up with giving Than, Dusa, and Meg gifts. Those three in particular.
Nix knew, but Father must have convinced her that that it would be for the best if she never found out about me. So she could live in peace, away from all of this, and away from Olympus.
That's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
You will be mine eventually. I did
You're
want
going
to check.
back there?
Yes, I'm going back here. I'm seeing if it's
Just minding
told
my own
me how many
business.
times. Oh, I
Short
skipped
work.
3 in a row. Okay, so it's 4 or 5 times I've escaped and seen Mom.
Interesting.
Back, huh?
God, I'm gonna be so out of practice. It's been like a month or something like that.
Hey, tell me something, sir. Any rumors swirling about the house regarding the outcome of a certain interaction I had with my father recently? Involving a great deal of violence? Because I'd like for everyone to know I won.
Damn right I did. I always
I
win.
wouldn't know of what you mean there, lad. For there are certain subjects so forbidden here right now that not even rumors can take hold. But just between us for the time, congratulations. Truly.
Damn right. And you taught me everything
you,
I
sir.
know.
I didn't know whether I had it in me. As for the other bit, I'll keep it quiet then, for now. Probably shouldn't be tying my sense of self-worth to praise from friends, acquaintances, and strangers anyway.
That's
Indeed,
very
lad.
adult of you. I say go scream it from the rooftops. Hi, best boy.
Cerberus looks mournfully toward the prince.
Pet the
Who's
dog.
the best three-headed boy?
I love Clifford, the big red dog. Do, 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 do. Hi, Padre. I'll leave you for last. What do you got? You got new stuff? Wait, you got new stuff for my bed chambers, you say? I don't have enough of these. I thought we were done. Oh lord, there's so much. Discreet new western entrance to the lounge. Oh, that's kind of nice. I guess. That's a flame wall for all to see in the lounge. Okay. There's so much new shit. How much am I gonna have to just grind to afford?
Orpheus, I know Father appreciates your
My
songs to
ass
the
about
extent
called him
he's capable of
Odysseus.
appreciating anything. Though, has Nyx ever
Been a bit.
responded to them? She's always right nearby, yet you two don't seem to talk.
Almighty Nyx appears to tolerate my presence, Zagreus, for she could cast me into everlasting darkness if my song failed to be pleasing to her. She is a most discerning listener.
That she is.
You reached the surface.
I did. Meg, hold up, Mom. Hold up. Gift.
Got you some more of that contraband you like? Don't suppose I could help you put it away or anything?
Look at me, Zag. You think that all these gifts will make things go back to the way they were? They won't. It isn't possible. We may be immortals, but we're older now.
I'd hope we're wiser too.
Yeah, I think I'm behind on Meg's gift. Oh? Just got to it, okay. Fan's locked. Others of note. Dusa. Yeah, Dusa's up to the locked one. That's what I thought.
Sorted the cutlery, wiped the counters, replaced the candles, did the dishes, swept the floor, inspected the barrels. Let's see what else. Oh, the prince! It's you!
Hi, Dusa.
It's me. Dusa, I'm impressed you're able to manage this whole lounge all by yourself. How do you do it? What's your secret?
Secret? I'm 2 weeks behind schedule with this place, at least. Unfortunately, no one here seems very good at keeping time, so no one's gotten on my case just yet, but... Oh, you aren't gonna tell, are you?
No.
Of course not. What's behind schedule, though? This place doesn't seem any worse for wear than usual.
Well, that's just it. Miss Nyx, she tasked me with a pretty big project a while back to make this place worthy of the name, which means there's so much left to do. I need to get everything ready. Please excuse me, Prince.
Isn't there something I can do to help?
Prophecy foretold. Another
What's
one?
in stock?
Yeah, a whole bunch of garbage, my dude.
Greetings, Chef.
Hi, Chef. Thank
We're
you.
settled up.
That's it? Alright, hi,
Nyx,
Mom.
my mother was quite concerned to learn Olympus has been aiding me. Haven't you put her in danger by involving them? Was there no other way?
No, there was not. She has been in danger all along. I concealed her, yes, even from me. But it is not enough. I do not think that you could have found her without the Olympians. And if I did not reveal your existence to them, if they discovered who you are, it would be worse.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Ugh, what a mess. How are we going to fix this?
The Olympians maintain belief that you are trying to reach them. I trust we can sustain this understanding for a long, long time. Perhaps not forever, but long enough to discover a solution. Perhaps with your birth mother's help.
There's a lot of faith in them being dumbasses.
I'll be careful.
What do you say?
Hey, welcome.
Really, who's to say who was right? Death by a brawl. Yeah. I don't think it mattered. You ended up dead.
Prophecy fulfilled.
Oh. Well.
Glad to have Lord Hermes on my side.
Son of the god of the dead shall make certain attempts to aid a tireless Gorgon, assigned to bring heart of the house to height of splendor. Oh, so I have to decorate the house. Okay, I gotta renovate the lounge. Well, I guess my room's getting put on hold. I can't believe it took me so long to click on these. Just wild. Dark regeneration. Okay, that's to max.
Maybe like so.
1 time per chamber. I don't have enough to pay for it though. $50 damage. What is this? I like the extra dash. Reduce move speed and damage of foes. That's kind of nice. Yeah, let's go with that. What else we got? Regenerate those instead of picking them up. Oh, that's at max already. Okay. Deep pockets. Gain wealth when you clear an underworld region. Oh, I still need to upgrade that as well. I totally forgot. I still have yet to use one of the Fated Authority things.
There.
Okay. Foes slain 11,000. Jesus Christmas.
Get a load of them prizes over there.
What's all this?
What prizes? These? What the fuck
I'll
are
level with you,
these?
pal. You have impressed somebody well above my pay grade here, and so they have a little proposition for you. You listening?
Let me guess. They want me to fight all the way through the underworld, having used the Pact of Punishment over there to make the going even more treacherous than it already is, and if I succeed, they'll reward me with some sort of useless trinket?
Wrong. We're talking something really big here, pal. You see that thing back there? Trinket. Come on, what are you, scared?
Yes, a little bit, if you must know.
Great. Another one. Let me go look at it.
Something's added to the fated list.
Where? Am I crazy? I don't see it. It's not here. Lies. You're a liar. Oh. You're saying I need to have 8 heat on?
I need to use the pact on my way out.
Come on, pal, live a little.
Shut up. I'm not listening to you. I'll do what I need to do.
I can do this.
I still haven't made it out with the spear, have I?
I can do this.
Okay. I'm just going to level a random one up, I think, at the beginning. Or we have a looky. Is it B? No. Is it in here? Oh, I don't remember what anything was. Oh, here we go. What am I missing from you? Lightning. Okay, that one doesn't require anything. This requires Poseidon's aid. Can do it and go Poseidon's. We can do that to start off. And I guess we're going with
You couldn't get me
the...
with that, pal.
Okay. Wait.
What are the limits of your power?
I mean, I could try this. I mean, why not?
Grant me the aspect of my father.
Oh.
Felt all 3 points on that spear, pal.
Is that punishing sweep? Wait, what does that do? Wait, I need to read it.
I've returned.
Huge spin attack. Makes foes take more attack and special damage for 10 seconds. Okay, that's what that is. Alright, let's give it a shot. I haven't finished it on any heat, have I? Yeah, I haven't.
No turning back.
I finished it with the gun, the shield. Finished it with some... Oh, and the gloves. That's what I finished it with. Okay.
Oh, nephew, you've stood against the bull of Minos, have you? Well, I must apologize for any inconvenience there, because he was a living testament to my revenge. Long story, boring really, rather sordid too. Stay strong.
I'll do my bestest.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. We need to get his call. There are no fishies? No, no fishies. Okay, that missed. Oh, we're getting warmed up, okay? I haven't played this game in fucking ever. Are you kidding? Okay.
All set. Where to?
Upgrade for the spear, because I don't have a whole lot of those done.
More trouble. Now to fix up this spear.
Your special becomes a shot that deals 50 base damage in an area. That kind of... Does it still apply the
Done and done.
thing? Wait, no. Oh. And then I don't have to get the shield back, or the spear back. Trying to remember special, the difference between special and all of them. Okay. I like this spear. I like this spear upgrade.
Out.
Nice. Nice. Anything else in here? No coins or nothing? Okay. What do you got for me?
That oaf Poseidon spoke to you already, didn't he?
Yes,
All bluster
he did.
muscles and bravado, that one. I'm glad you're not the type.
But I do need a dash. But I have something that requires her special, I think? No, wait, no, I think it's something that requires her cast. Hi, B-Man. Welcome in. I need a dash for right now.
Fabulous.
I feel fabulous. Okay, I don't need those anymore. I could alter this. This is an early fucking time to alter shit. And we're just gonna go see Boatman Boy.
Sounds like Charon's breathing up ahead.
It's rude. Don't point out his breathing. You got something to rob, buddy? Oh, I thought it was a fishing spot.
Flows infamously through the underworld, offering the boatman Charon expeditious travel from the realm of mortals to the lowest depths, where many of their shades reside forever.
Why have
Too bad I can't just take the ferry to the surface.
Why have I not gotten that dialogue yet? I just ignored it every time. I got no money, my dude. Exactly. Anyway, bye. Ah, my fucking... Ow. Okay, great start. Great start.
Not now.
Get your fucking ass. You are an annoyance. Okay. Oh, that took way too much health.
Olympus, I accept this message.
I think that's the shot. I think I need this. Pretty sure I need this for her last thing. I do need to farm these a bit. How about you don't? Okay, that doesn't reach that far. Oh. Get your ass.
Surprise.
Ah, fucking trapped.
So much for them.
Hey, bud.
Lord Dionysus.
Give me the full heal at the altar, please. Please.
Zag,
How am I today?
last
I'm
time,
doing
man?
good.
It seemed like you were rather close, but then we couldn't see you anymore from here, and now
It's
you're
sunny
back.
out.
Well, give
I get to
another
play
go.
Hades. Just a wee little bit of a headache, though. Well, that's typical. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's gonna be that.
Let's liven things up.
The full heal at Fountain is my favorite thing Dionysus has. It can make so much difference. But how are you today, B-Man? You're doing good as well. Yeah, I'm good. Really?
I thought I'd find you here.
Whatever. Ooh, coin. Thank you.
I'm in for it.
Ow. Ow. It's a lot of lasers. It's a lot of fucking lasers. Ow. Get off the trap, you dumbass. Ugh. This is probably the worst Hades room there's been. Well, in Tartarus anyway. Much worse ones in...
I ought to have
call
left
it?
them all in Erebus.
Peace and quiet.
Not Asphodel, the other one, Elysium. Just woke up eating food now. Num-num food.
Shiny.
I know my ass is gonna be very hungry by the time we get to the end of stream. Did not have a very filling brunch, I guess, would be. Could you leave me alone? What? Okay, that completely was not anywhere near it. Get over here. Oh, I didn't think you could go that far. No. It's been a while, my dude. Give me a break. Lordy, lordy. That did not heal much. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with my best friend who I've not seen in forever.
What a surprise.
Oh, sorry.
Those shades aren't so bad.
Sisyphus, how can you stand it being here like this? You always seem in such good spirits, though.
You push old Baldy here sufficient times and you might get a different outlook on things too. With the Furies all preoccupied and with my running into you from time to time, I'm positively doing great lately. I like to take what pleasures I can get.
I think I'm gonna take healing. I normally would take darkness, but I think I'm gonna go with healing.
No worries whatsoever.
5-second rule. That was 5 seconds, right?
It was less than 5 seconds, my dude. Oh. We're here, aren't we? I'm gonna save. Thanks, though, Karen. Yeesh! Okay, let's see if I can do this.
Oh well.
I forgot it does fake bobs down. I forgot. Okay, well, shit.
Let's hear it.
Great. Murder.
Murder.
Hi to Tiffany. My favorite. Ow. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I was pressing the wrong thing. Ow, fuck off. Ow. I can't see down here, ma'am.
The chamber.
Okay, missing, good, good. Love the missing. Ow, Fuck off. I don't remember your attacks. It's been forever. Ow. Great. Perfect.
Can't do that.
Ooh. Oh, I didn't switch that back. Oh, that might fuck me over. This is probably the worst I've ever done to Tiffany besides the first time I fought Tiffany. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Not great. Not great.
No murder.
No murder. Exactly.
Tisiphone has failed me, has she?
Yep.
My keepsakes.
Off to Asphodel.
Okay.
I don't need any of that. Just gonna save my money. Here we go.
Closer to the surface. Hot up here.
Oh, of course there's fucking Chaos Gate. I should have went with the Chaos Trinket. It is what it is. Sorry, Chaos. I am not losing life to you. Not on this run. Hi, buddy. Oh, I was in the lava apparently. Whoopsie doopsies. Hey, that bullshit. Bullshit.
Crushed.
Hi. Thank you for the gold. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need some life. I didn't even realize that I haven't had an upgrade in my health at all. Starting the run. Where'd the other one go? There you are. Hey, shitskate. Where'd you at? Bye-bye. Okay. Where'd you go? Get over here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the big emo. Is that your emo? Is that one of yours? That's a serve. I love it. Thank you. That's, yeah, 30 biddies. Thank you for the 30 biddies. What you doing, bud? Where you going, bud? It's a badge email. Oh, okay. Twitch. I see. I love him. He cutie.
More of you, huh?
There's always more. Oh, Lord. Hi, you. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. Where did you come from, bud? Stop it. Oh, that is... Okay. Hey, buddy? Could you not, please, and thank you. I have taken so much damage. Oh. So sad. Great.
And we're off.
Is it gonna be the fucking Gorgon head? Oh no, it's gonna be Barge of Death.
Death
Okay.
again, huh?
Ow, fuck. I didn't see that you were shielded. Ow, fuck, that landed right on top of me. I keep forgetting to dodge after I kill them.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Yeah. Ow. Fuck. How did I get hit by? Hello? There you went. Okay, that did not reach. Hello? Get over here. Get your ass in the lava. Bitch. You know what I miss? My shield. I will never love a weapon like I love that shield.
Good.
Excuse me. Okay, it just keeps interrupting. This on it is just not it. Yeah, I think I'm just good with the aspect of Zagreus for the spear.
Darkness.
Ow. This is the most hurt I've gotten Asphodel in a long ass time. Okay, I need nectar. I need nectar all kinds of bad. Get over here. didn't seek you? It looked like that one turned. Excuse me, getting the coin. Anyway, nectar. Need all the nectar.
Any boons worth giving up?
Nah. This is gonna be the last one before boss, so sorry, Hermes. You're gonna have to wait till next time. Takes so long to charge up. There's no healing here, my dude. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
I'll pay for that.
Not great. Not great at all. Thinking this is gonna be a bum run.
Bone
Hi, best
Hydra.
friend.
Can I call you Bone Hydra? Lerny, maybe?
Lerny?
I like that.
The fuck is Lerny? Oh, got real close there, bud.
There.
Ay, ay, ay. Ow, fuck off. I don't think that hit you. Okay. Ooh. Alright, learning. I don't know where that came. Oh, his boss are also changed to reflect that. Hi, learning. Oh, hello. Jesus. I forgot you do that. I'll be honest. I don't remember much about you. Oh, I know why I don't remember that, because I'm usually close to him. But usually doesn't make a difference if he does that. Lord, this is not good. Okay.
Ah, you.
That is so sad. Could you stop that learning? At least there's no baby ones. Oh, hi. Come on. Get your head out of there. Oh, ow. Ow. This is so insanely sad. Oy, oy, oy. Lerny vanquished.
Done bashing
Once
heads for
again.
now.
I can't believe I used up a Death Defiance there. Oh, it's so disgusting. Kiss of sticks? Fuck off. Why? None of those are worth it.
Next region.
You don't see me. You do not see me. You also don't see me. You do not see me. Stay your ass away from me. You also stay your ass away from me. Oh no. Oh no, I can't get across there. There we go, all fixed. I will cheese these guys until I die. I hate them so much. It's a larger area.
Let's go, Varatha.
That didn't seem bigger. There it is. Okay. Just took a minute to kick in. Lost no health. Good, yes. Perfect. Actually, before we keep moving, I'm probably just gonna take this minute of peacefulness to start the ad break and take a little bathroom break. So go get something to eat, get something to drink, take some time to stretch, go to the bathroom, and we will be right back. Welcome back from ads. Alright. Back to it. I need the extra dodge or dash. Thank you, Alaska. Oh my god. Good. It's just my aim with the spear is the problem. With the shield, it does a little sweep in front. And you know, I'm this way with Elden Ring too. I like my scythe because it sweeps in front rather than just reaching out and poking. Ow, fuck. Bitches. Oh, don't you get back up. No, she's fucking there. Wait, did he just bug out? I don't know. Alright. Hermes, my main man.
To the surface, we could see you from Olympus
Give
a bit
me
more
the
than usual,
correct
but no,
boon.
It's like you're shrouded in eternal night up here. Something like that. Odd, right?
Yeah, odd. Hey, dipshit. This is not the correct boon.
Godspeed.
Have I gotten the health from in here? I think I did accidentally pick it up already. What do you have? Yeah. Take that. I'm gonna say no for this run. Okay, that would be the first time seeing Charon. God. Ones with the shields. Could we not?
Good.
Get hit. Damn it. You're so close to getting hit. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. Oh, I didn't see you. I was looking. I was not looking at you. Ow. Okay, I missed. Oh, what? No, go get hit. Damn it. See, and that's one of my troubles with the things that aren't so close ranged, is because I'm not looking at my character all that much. And then I get attacked. Right. Where's the healing pot? Come on. Are you kidding? We're not gonna get one in this room? Bullshit.
What now?
Work. Ow. No, go. Damn it. Damn right, get dead. Okay. Hey, shithead. Now where? Oh, damn it. Good, good, good. Oh, num-nums. Hi, buddy. Oh my god, would you hit? There we go. There's more? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I miss my shield so very much. I miss my shield more than anything. I miss my shield. Wow.
One's rearming.
Where? Oh, you?
Enough.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, I hate it here. Oh, this is the worst thing it could be.
There's no end to these guys.
There isn't. But if there's a whole bunch of them, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, why is it a bow, dude? Ow, fuck. I hate it here. 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 I'm so dead. Do not shoot at me, you son of a bitch. Fucking Christ.
You're not finished.
I'm gonna die to Theseus and I'm... Oh, this is gonna be a horrid run. Don't you fucking get up. Don't you dare.
I'll keep my soul for now, thanks.
Yep.
Were you not close to having reached the surface lately, cousin? Then this can only mean some
This
unforeseen
is gonna break my
impediment prevented your escape.
my 3-time streak of escaping. Well, I need an aid, that's for sure. Hermes? If you don't give me the third dodge.
Next.
Don't you fucking dare get up. No. Ow. Hi. Oh, that did not last long. Oh, God. If I don't get to see Patroclus, I will cry. This is some bad fucking RNG. I don't like it here. I hate it here. Oh.
Barely made it. In the name of Hades.
Why is the crappy one? Why is it not thick? Oh, also this one. Well, it's not my favorite calm anyway. Okay. No Patroclus.
I'll take it.
I'm guessing. Oh my god, thank god. Oh, thank god. Never mind, we're saved. We're saved. It's all okay. It's not bum. We can make it a little bit further.
So
You are my favorite being in the whole wide world.
No time to lose.
Truly a godsend. Have a gift for being the most wonderful thing ever.
Neither time nor generosity, and certainly not this. But if you truly have no better use for it,
the best use for it.
It's not a matter of sir. Please open your
Thank you for the hydrate.
Nay, the fact that there are
And
those
the
who care
stretch.
about your well-being. You ever want to travel past this glade, sir? Elysium in all its splendors. There's a lot to see. Sure you're all right?
I'm sure enough, stranger. I traveled far and wide whilst I drew breath. That got me rid of any wanderlust. This little corner suits me well, I think. I have the statue there, the river. It's quite nice.
So fix.
Thank you, sir.
Glorious. I don't think he has anything that would be worth buying currently. Not anything I'm willing to pay for anyway. I wish it was a different button, you know? The charged up thing. Because I hate that it stabs first and then goes. Takes up so much time. Alright. I've got this.
Face us, filth.
I hate you.
However many times it takes, until you cannot stand it any longer.
I hate you more than anything. I don't think that reached. Oh.
Well, fiend, are you yet fearful for the inevitable end to your...
Ooh, we're already starting on that, are we? Oh, ow, 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 ow.
We shall prevail for
Oh,
you
you threw him, I see. Could you stop? Thank you. Ow, fuck off, you little shit face. You little shit for brains. Okay. Ow, fuck. Nope. God damn it.
Have at you!
that last so little? What the fuck? I didn't use up the entire bar. I'm so confused.
You're strong.
You laggard! By my honor and the gods, you shall soon be destroyed!
Oh.
Ow.
Fire it up.
Athena!
You're under my protection.
Okay, now it's actually using it. God, why didn't it do it earlier?
Foul demon,
Oh,
or
fuck.
be vanquished even faster than you've come to expect. I see you, fiend. No!
You're next,
To
King.
all our fans, we dedicate this fight to you!
Really? That blocked that?
Be gone, I say!
That counts as blocked too? Oh, fuck off. I don't think I'm ever gonna get it off to where it hits him.
Stand and fight and quit it with your writhing there, Hellspawn!
Come on, throw it. Turn around.
Prepare!
Oh, what the f-
Be gone! It shall take more than that! Fiend, who taught you such sloppy technique?
Your face. Are you kidding? That's not. God, my depth perception really fucks me over with that. This is so slow. Turn your ass around. Come on, throw your fucking spear. Throw it. Idiot. Okay, there's half.
Gods of Olympus, I shall stop this monster!
Zeus time, huh? Ow. I shouldn't have done that.
You'll get no quarter from me, demon!
Could you throw? Ah. Fuck that up. I hate you so much. You really suck ass. Like, for real reals. Somehow that still hit me. You're a bitch whose mother didn't love you. Clearly. I'm going to see my mother.
Monster. You have no bearing and no Athena, please.
Could you hit him? God, that did not last long. Where are you at?
Ready yourself. You have insulted me too many times, blackguard.
Mm-hmm. Wham wham. Go cry to Asterius. Oh wait, he dead. Idiot. You can fuck off. Correct.
That'll do.
That'll do. I'm kind of happy with that, honestly. It didn't take more than one Death Defiance, so that's not bad. And we get full heal from you. Okay. Now we switch to our lucky tooths. Get some sticks? Oh, beautiful.
Keep me going.
Mwah. Beautiful. Wonderful. Love it. I'm not thrilled with our lineup, because for Hades... not great build at all.
The edge of Father's realm.
But at this point, I'm just trying to get the things that I'm missing, you know, for
That's
the
a lot of coin.
prophecy. It is a lot of coin. Look at all this coin. Nice. Love it. Just for good measure. Destroy all the pots. Hey, friend. Still 300 off. Why is it so expensive? I'm so very bad at making money, Charon. Hi, Bubble. Any fish? No fish? Sad. Alright, let's start with you.
Hello. Dead.
Okay, there's that. This is my least favorite section by far, so this will be interesting. Don't you start that. Do not start. Do not. God, getting to those things with the shield. Alright. Still not seeing monies. Don't you start. Do not you start. I said do not you start. Hello? Why am I not hitting? Why was I not hitting? What the fuck? What is happening? Stop it. Because you're such a small ass target. Oh, fuck. I hate you. Why do you take so much to out? You son of a bitch. You stepped on that. You got me hurted. Do not you start. Exactly. And I've always said that. Son of a bitch. I'm still poisoned. Hit it,
Phew.
Ouch. Do not throw that garbage bullshit poison at me. I just do not like the spear. That's all it is. I don't like this spear. You know what? I will get rid of that.
Spoon.
God, that hurt. Fishy spots? Any fishy spots? Fishing spots. What? Don't breathe at me. How many dashes do I have in a row? 1, 2, 3? Wait. Could you dash this way, please? 1, 2, 3, 3. Oh, fucking God, ow. You thought. Bye-bye.
Anything I need?
Nah. Nah. Saving the money. No other money pots here. Because I'm gonna buy the diamond. Because I need them desperately. Alright. Okay. Good, good, yes. Perfect.
Hey, your
Oh,
status back
thank
already.
fuck.
Cerberus just loves whatever this stuff is.
Well, that's not really fucking helpful now, is it? Yeah, I guess I'm going with this.
Took me right up.
Because I'm going straight to Hades. I'm not picking up any of the other... Because there's no point. I'm just gonna get myself more hurt.
One Satasak coming right up. Pleasure doing business.
That was expensive. Why are you so expensive? Alright. Well, it'll have to do. I think this is actually the first time getting to Hades with the spear, though, as well. Because, I think the last time I got to this point and I got killed by stuff in there. Alright. No fishy spots, let's go.
Once more offers to Cerberus one of his favored sacks.
Right, Cerberus.
Bye for now, boy. Now.
I don't want anybody getting their hopes up. This is not gonna go well.
Out of my damn way.
To think Olympus has been aiding you. You must be so grateful to them for their aid, without which none of this would have been possible.
Yeah, about that. Father, did you let Mother go because you feared Olympus would find out? And not respond well to the circumstances if they did?
Be grateful they have not found out as yet for all your meddling. You do not know them as well as you think. Ask yourself why she left Olympus and how. Or better yet, ask her.
Well, she seems quite lovely,
so you're just gonna let me pass?
You probably tricked her into signing a pact to come join you or something. Since you weren't allowed on Olympus, why not have Olympus come to you?
Ha! Surprisingly not distant from the truth. I took her, boy. I took her down with me. Is that what you wish to hear? Does that anger you? Come, bring forth that anger then.
Here we go again. Yeah, it's not.
Darkness.
Oh, starting off the bat with darkness, are we? Okay. No! I bad start. Oh, fuck, I missed it.
Darkness.
Okay, very bad start. Don't you hit me with that. Okay, could you stop?
Darkness.
Come clear at this portion. Nope.
Darkness.
Don't.
Darkness.
Ow, fuck. Dude, could you stay away? Oh, I thought I dodged through it. Apparently not. Come on, let's go.
Darkness.
I shall protect you, cousin.
Athena cannot save you from me, boy.
Why would you go darkness, you little bitch? Coward. You're a bitch coward. That's what you are. This is the worst thing for you to pull. I cannot focus on him until this thing is... How? Why did you pull this fucking thing?
Show yourself, father.
I hate you. I hate you with my entire will. With everything I got, I hate you. Ow, fuck!
I don't think so.
God damn it. That was a bad pull. He's about to go invincible again, so I'm not using the call until after. Ow. Ooh, that was close. Could you stop it with the skulls? Just chill out, my main man. Damn it. Come on. Go invincible again, come on. There we go.
The underworld, heed me and rise from the earth to do my bidding.
Athena! Behold our power!
Darkness. Prepare.
God damn it, those skulls are screwing me the fuck over. That thing's shield is so thick. Some bullshit.
What's wrong, boy?
Great. Just fucking great. Stop moving. I hate everything. I hate everything. Oh my god. Could you chill on the fucking skulls for the 1 second? There we go. Jesus. Dude. Just die. Oh my god, just fucking die.
Darkness.
Mm-hmm. can
finish then.
FaceTime. Oh, Lord.
I shall not fall to you again.
Yes, says you.
The fury of Olympus.
Enough of you.
Oh, what the? Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh my god, I'm so fucked.
Hungry for more, I see.
Again? Really?
You.
Thank you for destroying those. No, could we not?
I'll tolerate no more of this from you.
Okay. I can do a shit about that. There's a wall. Again?
This is for your own good.
Oh, I'm so fucked. I hate you. Oh my god. Please. Oh, there was a I did not realize there was a fucking skull. Oh. Could we stop it? Stop it with the fucking vases. Ay, ay, ay. That is still gonna go off. Okay. Could you... Yeah, destroy those, please. Thank you. Oh, we're already doing that. Okay. Stop it! Dude, you've done so many. Oh my god, we're already doing...
Again?
Okay, where's the last one?
Go home.
No. Where?
Behold.
Dude, he is not giving up on that. Okay.
You are untouchable for now, cousin.
Why you?
Stuck.
Oh my god. Already? Oh my god.
It's your strength.
Oh my god, there's so many skulls.
Blasted little.
I'm alive. How am I alive? How am I alive? How the fuck did I live? Okay, could you just stop? Oh, ow, fucking Christ. Okay. God, I wish he could destroy his skulls. Ow. Oh no! Oh! I don't know how much health he was at. I wasn't looking, but he was under half. God, I hate him.
Damn you, Father.
I had a crap build, though, so... like absolutely god awful.
Mr. Hypnos, I wanted to check in with you again regarding the procession line that's right in front of you, right over there. It's moving pretty slow.
I know! Those shades, they just go on and on and on and on forever, blathering about this or that. I mean, Lord Hades, it's a wonder he can stand it, listening to them every day or night.
It's your job,
Well,
Hypnos.
it's just, I think you were supposed to keep things moving, so if they're taking too long, I guess maybe you could say something, or any bright ideas?
It's a toughie, Dusa, because I think it's important that the shades who wait their turn, why, that they get a chance to say their piece. But it's a real tricky situation you bring up, so let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I am going to sleep on it, and then get back to you.
Figures.
Okay, well, if you don't, though, I'll check in with you again later, I guess. Because I'm under orders, so, bye.
Goodbye.
Okay. Hi, puppy.
Cerberus acknowledges the prince with an affection tempered well with time.
Circumstances
dog.
call for more pets.
My 3-run streak of getting past Hades.
Highness.
So sad it's gone. Hi.
What news this time, lad? Did you find your mother once again?
Nope.
No, I failed, sir. No thanks to father. What am I going to do?
Just take it easy now. You got there once. There isn't
Got
any question
there
in my mind that you can do it once again.
At least 4 times.
Your father's acting as though nothing's changed besides. So don't lose hope. You're capable of this.
Hey, I came here to tell you I'm finally graduated, and also I'm happy to see you. Well, happy to see you too, zombie. Welcome in. Congrats! Congrats! Proud of you.
I hope you're right.
I hope school was not too much, because I know school is always, it was always too much for me, because I held myself to way too high of standards. But yeah, seriously, congrats.
What do these shades have to say for themselves?
If you're going to fix your damn spelling, I didn't. My brain was like, oh, it'll read it to me. What you got for me? She needs the lounge upgraded, right?
Let's go with this one then. All set.
Will he give me better rewards? Am I planning to get Hades too? Whenever it's full released, which I don't know when that's gonna be, but I will definitely play Hades too.
Let's do it.
Because I love
One more
Hades.
embellishment for the old house.
So good. What was that? Jar contains unappetizing bits of sustenance. That sounds great. Just what the doctor ordered. Superior. Yeah, let's get these.
Let's go with this. Who am I to stop the shades there in the lounge from cooking up whatever it is they're making? Nice.
Ah, beautiful. Alright, that's enough for now. Aw, Meg's on the board.
Good for Megara, I guess.
I feel like I haven't fought Meg in forever. It's always Electo or Tisiphone.
Fishy's looking right at home.
Caught 36 fishies. That's more than I thought I've caught.
Having invested heavily into the cooking area within the House of Hades, the empty-stomached Zagreus can nonetheless find nothing fit to eat.
Mood. I mean, there's food in my house,
anyway.
but there's never anything to eat, man. Hi, Nix.
I don't suppose the name Skelly happens to mean anything to you, does it, Nix?
It means nothing to me at all, my child. Though, why do you invoke such names within this house? Who is this Skelly?
Do they not
and what
know
do you
he's
presume
just
is the
right out
connection
there?
that exists between us?
Oh, well, essentially he's an animated skeleton who shows up just outside my bedchambers and lets me practice with my weapons on him. I sort of figured that you put him up to it. So it wasn't you?
Achilles moved throughout these chambers under my own shroud, if you must know. And thus you have in your possession the infernal arms. But I have not exerted further influence than that. Is this skeleton to be trusted, then?
The true evil of the series. Skelly.
I think so. I don't know. He seems alright.
Well, now he's suspicious. Where's Orpheus? What does Orpheus have to do? He doesn't have anything important.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, you'll sleep when you're dead. Okay, let me
prophecy's
have a
been added to the
little
list.
look-see what we got. Okay, I still need one for Athena, one for Zeus, one for God Poseidon, two for but I needed less than that. Two for Aphrodite, one for Artemis, three for Dionysus. I've only got one legendary boon, goddamn. That's gonna take for fucking ever. Close on both of those. Let me have a look. What was it? Okay, which one am I missing for you? Oh, right. But this doesn't require anything. So his is probably easiest to get. As long as it just shows up in the list. That requires Poseidon's aid. Which one is Divine Strike? Okay, so it requires one of these. Wait, where did it go? Ah! Holy Shield. Yeah, one of those. Wait, what's Holy Shield? Aphrodite, what is the thing that I need for yours? No, not that. Crush Shot. Crush Shot is both of them. Okay, so it is the cast. I was correct, which I don't like her cast. So that's great. And that explains why I don't have them. What do I need for you? Exit wounds. Well, that's... It's kind of nice. Oh, so that's any upgrade for the cast. Am I missing anything from you? I don't think I am. Yeah, I think we're good with you. Ad's gonna start in 3 minutes. Okay, what am I missing? Bad influence. Okay. So get drunk and dash or something like that. Okay. Hermes, I believe. Yeah, we filled Hermes. And I think we did yours as well. Okay. Yep. Alright.
Let's see.
Let's see. I'm gonna switch this back, honestly. And this as well. Oh, and that's upgraded? Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, I'm sticking with this. And wealth when you clear it. This I liked. And I will upgrade this. That's kind of nice. Afflicted by at least 2 status curses. What's this? Deal bonus damage for each Olympian whose boon you have. So having... kind of nice. Raise your chance. For rewards including... going to be epic. I might work on that. Yeah. Alright. I'll go with that 1 second.
See you, Mira.
Here we go again. What weapon we going with? Hey, Skelly.
Let's see what you can do in terms of hitting me, pal.
Aye. Oh. Oh. It's disgusting.
Coronact hungers.
I hate it.
Coronact, is this what you really are?
Your special automatically seeks... I'll try that. Loads into your next attack. I hate this one, which it's giving me nothing anyway. So I think we're gonna go with this one.
Grant me the aspect of Chiron.
Well, can I see? New arrows or something there, pal?
Interesting. Okay. Fine, we'll give it an attempt. Maybe we won't see Mom this run through. We have not made it through. Oh my. We've not made it through Elysium with the bow. Oh lord.
Time to go.
Oh god, this is gonna be horrible.
In my domain, you either find your place or learn your place. There's work enough to go around, believe you me.
Okay, bud.
I'll find my place, all right.
Artemis.
Those wretched things harassing you throughout that underworld just won't give up, will they? Well, just keep killing them, I guess.
Yeah, we'll just keep killing them. I'm thinking... I think we'll go with... Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing dash strikes with this thing, so yeah. Because, no. Why does it scroll on me? Oh my lord, I didn't see you over there, you little fish.
Right.
I did this with the gun. Surely I can do this with the bow. I believe. Doesn't reach? Oh god. These are like the worst fucking things for the bow. Bunch of little teeny enemies. Ooh. Oh, that worked. Oh, there's still one of you. Yeah, bye-bye.
See that, Coronoct?
You know, sure. Fine.
Let's go, Coronoct.
Today is apparently just going to be grinding. I don't think we're gonna make it to Mom. Oh, welcome back from ads, by the way. I definitely need something to upgrade the special. Oh, where did you come from? You weren't there. Beach. Life. Early on life. Oh, hi. Could you go away? Okay.
More.
There we go. I need Aries on my special. Oh my lord. How about you don't fucking do that? Ow. Oh, your disappearing counts you as going away? Oh lord, it doesn't target you. Oh god. Ow, fuck off. Okay, the fucking slow ass charge up, not ideal for you. Very not ideal. Yeah, every time he disappears, it counts as him going away. Ay, ay, ay.
That'll show you.
Hey,
Perhaps you know
Aries.
a god called Thanatos.
I
The two of us are very
do.
close associates, you know. Do give him my best wishes, should you see him soon.
That's my boyfriend. Hi. Oh. I'm taking a special. Eeny, meeny, he? I guess I'm going with you.
Dust.
Ow, fuck. Yeah, my biggest problem with the bow is it's so slow. This does not help. The upgrade does not help. Does a shit ton of damage though. I do like that. Right.
That's a relief.
This is the first one, so I'm gonna go with this. I forgot to change my trinket again. I always forget to do it at the beginning. Fuck, that means I'm stuck with Skellies the entire time. Damn it. Okay, well, sorry Artemis, but I'm less scared of you.
I shall remember this.
I don't already have a cast. Yeah.
Don't be messing with my feelings, Zagreus.
I'm sorry.
My loyalty's hard won and quickly lost.
I'm sorry. I do like you quite a lot.
She can't stay mad forever.
Oh, I thought I would dodge that in time. I did not. Once again, the standings still needed for the stupid bow. My downfall. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to forgive you now, I guess.
Yeah.
No need to beg. You just think twice next time, okay?
I won't. Can you give me the exit wounds, please, ma'am? I need eggs. Oh. She can't do exit wounds with that cast. I didn't think about that. Oh. Okay.
Artemis, guide my hand.
I should have taken the call. Damn it. I did a dumb. There. There you are. Oh. Excuse me. That worked. Where are you? Get over here. Bye-bye. Wait. What do you got? Yeah.
Should come in useful.
Oh, where did you come from? Same issue that I have with the spear, I have with the bow, of not looking at my character.
Come get shot.
Oh.
The power of Olympus.
This one. Okay, this will be right before Meg's chamber. If it is Meg, God only knows. I hope it's not with the bow.
Hey,
honestly, I don't. All of them are bad with the bow. You got fishies? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't need none of that. Oh, I do need to talk to you though. Exactly. Who's it gonna be?
Tisiphone.
Why is it always Tisiphone? Every fucking time. I just want to see my beloved, Tisiphone.
No murder. Zagreus. My name is Zagreus. Can you say that, Tisiphone? No murder.
Treat her like a
Zagreus.
child. Close. Zer. Ah, fuck. What are you doing? Did you not? Ow, fucking Christ. Okay. Lady, where are you? Oh my god. Wait. Ow. Let's not shoot fast enough. Okay. Ow. Bad start. Okay. Okay. Well, she did a lot of damage to me. Honestly, Tisiphone might be the best one for the bow.
Glad that's over.
Because Meg is not.
Sure.
And thinking about Electo's fight, that would suck ass as well.
You're not permitted to leave, Tartarus.
Yeah, okay. Nah.
That's enough, Tartarus. Love that sulfur smell.
Yeah, it's my favorite. Sulfur. Arius, if you don't give me the extra dodge, we're gonna have a fight. My favorite place. Ass photo. Oh, that killed you. Nice. Damn it. Gonna drop? Would you drop already? There you go. Oh, there's a Medusa. Grand. How about we stop? Gorgon or whatever. Okay. Ow.
Right on time.
Right on time.
You know,
because all this time that I've been busing souls across the borders of your father's land, it's good to have the chance to help somebody out the other way.
Yeah. I hate you. Well, attack faster sounds good. Nectar, no brainer. Always need more nectar. Gotta bribe people, you know. Okay. Just move when I shoot. Oh, that killed you. Okay, maybe this isn't so bad. Yeah, those track you a little bit. Nice.
Thank the gods.
Thank the gods. I don't need that, actually. No fishing? No fishing? I just want to fish. That's my third choice. Demeter, huh? Alright. She gives me her, call. I'm not gonna complain. Come on. Idiot. Okay. Get out of the water, you dum-dum. He not quite dead. That doesn't kill you, really? I mean... Oh, wow, Demeter. Actually, how many gifts have I given you? That's not what I wanted. One. Here, I'll give you another gift. Here you go. Gift.
A little offering for you, good Lady Demeter. I'm deeply grateful for your willingness to aid me in all this.
I must acknowledge and accept your thoughtful gift of nectar, Zacharias. Would that the mortals showed deference thus.
You are kind of my grandma, so I might as well be nice, you know?
My daughter to a base-born farm boy, she... Why, little sprout, I wasn't very kind to her, I think. Certainly not once her father passed. It was her mortal blood that made her weak. Born to mortals, taken by mortals, I suspect. So now they pay.
Alright, she still has no clue. Daughter dearest is alive. I mean, that's decent, but... Oh, it's a random... It's not all of my boons. Okay. I'll just take the aid. If you give me your dash, I will cry. In happiness. Ah, Bard of Death. My favorite.
Am I interrupting something?
Why are you... Oh, you're impervious because of them, right? But... Oh my god. Not fucking Waymaker. No way. Ow. Oh, I was not watching.
Fool.
There we go.
Goddess Athena.
Athena!
I'll tell you something, cousin. If even Artemis is aiding you, it's proof your cause is just. She doesn't often take an interest in family affairs.
It's kind of nice. However, Divine Dash. Love it. Oh, hi, I didn't even know you were over there. I was just shooting at the pots. Get deflected at, bitches. Do it again. Now, are you done? You dead? Good. I hate wave makers. I hate them so much. There we go. Perfect.
Shiny.
Shiny. I like shiny. Wait, do they always have, like, glowy lines coming off of them? I mean, we're not going for the key, that's for sure. I do not need a key. Hello? Bye-bye! Hello? There you are. I thought I dodged that properly. Okay. Where'd you go? Get over here. Idiot. Oh my god, get out of the lava. Wizard down? Guess so. I guess it's only the wave maker left. You little son of a bitch. Ow. Figuring out my strat. There we go. Alright. See what you got. Yeah. Might as well. Is this the last one before... Okay, Hermes. I need you to have the extra dodge. If you do not, I will cry. Okay?
Olympus,
Understood?
I accept this message.
Why do you suck? God gauge charge up, I guess.
You don't mind if I call you Lerny from now on, right?
Ew, why is it you?
I'll take that as a no, not at all. Thank you for
Why is it
asking,
this
friend.
head? I hate it. Oh, what, with the bow as well? Ow! You son of a bitch. Don't do that. Nope. No babies.
Not yet.
Oh. Wait, I don't have... Why do I not have any? Oh, that's why. They were over there. Oh no, a baby was born. Oh, fuck this. Excuse me. No baby. Okay, that's that. Don't do that. Ow! Christ. This is the worst head. By far. Where did you put the other babies?
Demeter, all shall soon decay.
Oh, baby. No children. Stop it. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Don't do that. Alright, big boy. Uh-oh. Did that baby get born? Maybe not. There we go. Lerny vanquished. Once again.
Got you. Thank you.
I love that we have renamed him. He needed a name other than Bone Hydra. Alright.
Where do you think you're
Almost
going?
a full heal.
You know exactly where.
Okay, I don't need any of that. Let's go.
Bye, Asphodel. Nice and cool up here.
Hello, ghosties. Alright, upgrade. Hello. Don't you fucking dare. Could you hit it? Please and thank you. Yeah. +3 base damage for each consecutive hit to a foe. Your attack fires 2 shots side by side but has reduced range, and no. Your special fires +4 shots. Yeah.
Modified.
I mean, we're pretty decent in terms of setup. Not terrible or anything. Not as bad as last time, that's for sure. No. Oh my god, hit the... Why are you useless? Hit the fucking thing. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on, little guy. There you go. Alright, so far so good. What's this? I don't need that at all. I'm gonna get us up to at least 200 life. Okay.
Think you can stop me?
Why did that not hit you? That didn't fucking kill you? Ugh. Chunky ass thing. Okay. There we go. No coin pots or nothing? Not that I saw. Which... Chamber 29? Okay, this is definitely first Charon, so we'll do this one. Oh, I
it's the butterfly
regret.
chamber.
I regret.
Need to deal with that blasted butterfly.
I'm trying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Butterfly ball. I hate it. With every inch of my soul, I hate that thing. Okay, you need to go. Ow. Why do you hurt so fucking bad? Could you let me shoot, you son of a bitches? You let him get back up.
Demeter, beware of winter's cold!
How are you shooting through shits? Get... How? I hate the butterfly ball. This room, one of the worst.
Farewell for now, sinister ball of butterflies. Olympus, I accept this message.
This would better have been worth... Yeah, it's worth. I'll take health. Oh god. Oh, it's terrifying. Oh, it's terrifying. I'm so scared. God help me. Please. Have mercy. Oh, and there's a butterfly ball. Perfect. My favorite. least the non-boss ones aren't too terrible. Hi, Lemon. Thank you for the lurk. And for redeeming your daily snooze button.
You were always such a stubborn fool.
Are you cursing?
Oh.
Your mans? I have a gift.
Just the relief from misery that I was looking for. A fleeting feeling, really.
I
But
can't
I'll take a
just walk
fleeting
past him
feeling
and
over
not give
none.
him a gift.
That's both very dejected and very astute of you to say. Take care of yourself, will you?
Well, what's it going to be this time, stranger? The Hydrolite? Maybe the Kiss of Styx?
Well, usually it's Kiss of Styx. However, I have not lost any Death
You
Defiances.
sure you don't need any of this stuff, sir? I really appreciate it, but I don't want to take it for granted.
Oh, come. This is Elysium. Taking such things for granted is the point. We gloried shades receive our stipend of the finest goods, so we can battle till we've had our fill. But I've already had my fill, I think.
Yeah. I know I'm already half dead, however, I think I'm going to increase damage to get them down quicker. Let me see if his thing has anything more to say. Forgive me, I don't know if I've read this at all. Forgive me, it is not my place to say much of him now. May his name yet live, may his soul bask forever in the glory of Elysium. No more. Fears for the weak, fears for the weak, fears for the weak, fears for the weak. Oh, hi. You were right there. Alright, do our little run around. Yep, just blow each other up. Okay, they've confused themselves. Oh, no, no, no. No, no. At least the little guys take care of themselves. Big guys do not. Please blow. Good. Oh my god. Oh my god, not more of you. Oh, and you're okay. Could you stop making them impervious, you fuckhead? I don't have time to stop and kill you. Okay. Okay. Ay, ay, ay.
Feeling stronger.
Yeah, I'll take the non-harder room, thank you. Let's bet it was a fountain. Ow. Fuck off. Ow. Traps everywhere. I hit it here. I hit Elysium. I hit it. The only place I like is Tartarus. Everything's so easy in Tartarus. Hit that thing.
to respawn.
Oh my god, it's not done? You have to be fucking kidding me. That's one down.
No comfort from the bitter cold.
That one's come back.
God damn it.
Easy.
God, fuck you. Hey. No chaos. I'm back, buddy. You have no healing. Why does he never have healing anymore? I don't remember the last time I've seen healing here. Why do you suck ass, huh? Is it because I fought you that one time? I bet it's because of that. Well, I'm gonna take this.
I can use this.
And I'm just gonna go in. And hope for the best. We got this. I believe.
These two.
Upon my faith,
Long shots
you
is
take
gonna
not
be a
one
pain
more
in the
step
ass.
toward the light of day.
Yeah, we do go through this song and dance every goddamn time, my dude.
Everything you have. Now, fiend.
Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow.
To all who came to see us fight, thank you.
God, I hate you, Theseus. I need to stand long enough to be able to shoot shit, okay?
Take this.
Christ. Oh my god, stop. Okay. Please.
He thinks that he can vanquish us, Asterius.
I do. Ow. Oh. Already full, is it?
God smite you.
Get in here, Asterius.
They know our victory is certain here. I swear I'll get you yet.
Fuck. Oh, where the fuck did you come from? Stop it! Okay, that one's down.
Oh no!
One down, one to go.
Ah, fucking Christ.
Cower uncontrollably, you monster, for there's naught else you can do against my might.
Yeah, whatever.
A wasteland void of life.
You dare?
I do. I fucking dare.
Lord Poseidon, I invoke your might!
Fuck Poseidon, come on.
Curse you!
I was hoping I would only get one down. damn it, Theseus. I hate you. My entire fucking soul. Okay, well, that's our first time getting Theseus down with the bow. Thank you, Blade Rifts.
A souvenir.
More ambrosia added to my collection of ambrosia that I don't know what to do with. Jesus. Ow. If this does not have a kiss of sticks, I will cry. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what was this? Is there anything that I'd be willing to sell? No. Nope. Alright, we're gonna take a minute right here as break, I think, and go get something to eat, get something to drink, take some time to stretch, go to the bathroom, and we will be right Welcome back from out. Alright. Game. There we go.
I'm almost to the top. Clear.
At least that's some progress. So I still need to beat him with the spear, the bow.
Watch out, vermin.
Is that it? The spear and the bow? Oh, and the sword. Any muns? I'm gonna need muns. Fucking not. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you for the welcome back. Alright, I got it this time.
Got it. It's a stone wall.
Have I caught that before? I guess not. Wait. No, I have. Wait. Where is it? It's not here. I'm so confused. Oh, there. Oh, I have way more than I thought. I thought I only had 2 left. Oh, great. Okay, so these are probably in Chaos's realm. These are from Tartarus. That's from Asphodel. So I have all the ones from Asphodel. That's from Elysium. This is from here, so this is either from Elysium or here. I somehow got a splinter during the break. And so now my thumb is bleeding. I don't know what the hell I got a splinter from. A hard-headed, harpoon-nosed stonewall is an elusive species that feeds on lesser river creatures. It's a narwhal. Slaying them so that their souls may then be eligible for the rest of the journey. Likely it was once a wayward seafaring denizen himself, which proved capable of living in freshwater and found a fertile feeding ground on the river Styx. Yeah, okay, and then this one is definitely from the surface. This one is maybe from the surface. Okay. Hi, Charon. Yeah, exactly. Alright.
Where to?
Oh, let's start with our usual.
Maybe this way.
Oh my god.
You're gone.
I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I shouldn't have gone. I wasn't ready. I was not mentally prepared. I forgot what weapon I was using. Oi, oi, oi. Ow, fuck. They didn't get me. Yeah. Fuck you. Get shit on. Oi, oi, oi. Not great. Not a great start. We got this, though. Please. Hey, fuck you, little guys. I'm busy. Okay, we're surviving. Okay, that'll work. One second. I gotta Make a cat behave. One moment. Mine. All right. Good way. Ooh. Ah, shit. Where, there. Okay. Just keep shooting, just keep shooting. Alright. Where's the other one? There we go.
Look who.
Hee hide. Oh, Lord have mercy. Right, you, I need... Oh, ow.
Demeter! No comfort from the bitter cold.
Ow! How you still hit me? Stop it.
How many more of these are there?
Oh, we're not done. Oh, we're not fucking done. Oh, we're not fucking done in the slightest. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I don't know if we'll even make it to Hades.
Wretch.
Oh, the other guy died, apparently. This place sucks ass. Fishing spot? Is there a fishy? No fishy? Okay, let's get coin next, I guess. I haven't seen Eurydice in 4 fucking ever, you know? I really would like one of those, you know, shop thingies along the way. That would be nice. There we go. Ah, perfect. I just asked for it.
Let's see.
Why isn't it a Styx? You know?
Hit the spot.
I needed that, but I still need a piece of Styx. So I'm not gonna get another one. So means that do not with your poison. The poison is a no friend. No poison, friend. No poison. I don't know what the fuck I'm shooting at. Ow. Ay, ay, ay. I'm dying. Okay. That was a mild room. Can I have a kiss of sticks, please? Please and thank you. Oh, that's a lot of you right there, buds. Can I deflect those? They seem a bit large to deflect. But I don't know. What do I know? Bye-bye. Oh, hi. Oh, there's more of them. Get poisoned, you little shithead. Ah, ow. God, I do that to myself so much. It's so sad. Of course, there's more. There's always more. Which also means this is the final room of this location. Okay, could we please? Ow. This hurts a lot, guys.
Demeter, beware of winter's cold!
Great, all that life that I bought is gone again. And more. Even more gone. Oy. Still no satyr sack. Great. Third time's charm, right? Surely on this one. I'm tempted to go to this one, but if I lose another Depth Defiance, there's no fucking way that I can with Hades. I thought I dodged that, apparently not. Fuck off. My favorite. Can y'all get hit by the... Those aren't gonna hit any of you. Perfect. I missed my shield. Ow. Ow. Okay, that's one of you. Ow. Did you fuck off? There we go. Hades be on your side. Hades never gonna be on my side. The game or the character. Ow. Okay. Oh my god, why? Ugh. My depth perception. Alright. Okay. That was a lot of damage it did. Nice. Please. Please have the satyr sack. Oh, thank God.
Gods grant me strength.
Yeah.
Extra blessing. Okay, I'm good.
Not great. I barely don't have enough to get that Titan Sword. I don't need it anyway, it's fine. Okay. I'm worried if it gets rid of the blow up addition that I have on it, since I like that one. Okay, let's see what you got.
I'll take it.
I'll take that.
Good enough to eat.
That's quite a lot, honestly. And I'll take you.
Always a pleasure, Charon.
Get that up to 4. And then you. That might help. It sucks that it's only common and not epic or anything. Yeah. Alright. Oh, that gives me an extra death device. Okay. I believe we got this. We got this. Okay.
Cerberus moves for no one, but for Satasax, he can make an exception.
I did a mental blanket. I gotta have my blanket sorted for the fight, you know? Alright. Thank you. I got this. I believe.
owe you one, boy.
I don't. But I do. But I don't.
You're never late, Father.
God, wouldn't it be nice if he was?
Boy. Achilles taught you reasonably well. I expected that if anyone could train you into martial competence, it would be him.
Though you didn't expect that one day I would end up using everything I learned from him against you.
Did he not expect that? That's kind of a reasonable thing to expect.
I anticipate more than you know.
See?
But Achilles merely practiced against mortals. Now you practice against me. Darkness.
I know where you are.
Eesh. Rough. Oh, I got that down.
Darkness. Now. Darkness.
Knock me about. Oh, I did. Could you stop? Oh my god. Oh, ow. I'm not. Yeah. Slow ass charging up. Oh, okay. Been a little. Oh, great start.
Demeter had best stay out of my affairs.
You little son of a bitch. Coward. Get in here and face Demeter's wrath. Okay.
Why do you keep doing this time after blasted time?
I don't fucking know,
Time
man.
to live within your house.
Would that you could be useful there from time to time.
Already. Not great.
Darkness.
Oh.
Darkness. Darkness.
I thought I was out of it. I don't have my fucking blasted bird dodge, which really fucks me up. Hermes. Bitch.
They shall have nothing.
Are you kidding me?
Not so fast.
Oh my god, don't let him get back up. Okay.
Darkness.
Okay.
Got you.
Let's see you deal with this.
Come on.
Oh my god.
No more. You brought this on yourself.
Already, huh? Could you destroy? Yeah, thank you. Could you destroy some of those, please? Okay, well, that took care of some of them. Oh no. Dodge through. Oh my Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. Already? Oh, fucking ready? Jesus! Give it a break! I'm trying to save the call for the second phase of this. Okay, lovely. Great. He didn't do it? Ow, fuck. Now you did it. Ow, fuck. Fuck. Fuck you. I hate you.
Demeter, a wasteland void of life.
Oh. Oh my god, I live. Ow, fuck. Oh, some of those got through.
Now this.
Holy fuck, I did it with the bow.
How? How is this possible? That this...
I can't believe that.
Are you yet satisfied?
We do get to see Mom on Mother's Day. Let's go.
In the name of Hades.
That was a slow ass clear time. Well, Adamant Rail was way slower, so that's fine. Alright, so yeah, we've cleared it 6 times now. Yay!
Found you.
I never use the bow ever again. Fish? No fish. And I only used 2 Death Defiances. That's not bad. I think I've gotten through once with only using 1 Death Defiance, though. Oop. Fish? No fish. It's all a disappointment. There's no fish. All I want are fish.
Mother isn't far.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Orma, finally.
I made it back
you.
again.
I'm here, Mother.
I'm here. Are fishies? Fish? There's no fish here. This is so sad. Fish? No. Hello, Mother. Why can't I give gifts to her?
I could not stand it on Olympus, Zagreus.
So do I even have a gift to give?
The posturing, my overbearing mother. None of it.
God, I hate the bow.
I would have left the mountain voluntarily, except...
So I beat it with my 2 least favorite weapons. The bow and the adamant rail. I still have yet to beat it with the spear and the sword.
Except Father absconded with you, didn't he? Dragged you down with him into the underworld. So if Olympus were to find that out, I shudder to think of the consequences.
Well, Demeter would kill his ass.
That fool is trying to protect me even now. It wasn't he who absconded with me, my son. And it's more complicated even than that. I was content to leave, willing to make my life within the underworld, with your father.
I dare not ask who did bring you to Father then. So essentially you ran away from home to live with him. I mean no disrespect, but did you realize what you were getting yourself into?
Did you realize how big of an asshole he was?
We have a tendency to be impetuous when we are younger, Zagreus. I heard all about your father before we met. Admired paintings of him. It was very awkward at first, but he had a bluntness I fancied. A sense of principle. I much preferred him to his brothers, I can tell you that.
Fair.
So, then you secretly left Mount Olympus to be with the god of the dead in the underworld, and Olympus never found out. What do you suppose would happen if they did?
I think there would be war between Olympus and your father, Zagreus, if they found out. Especially now, after all this. And after all this time. They slew their parents once. If the Titans could be wiped from this world, so can we all.
So it makes sense. If Father, he agrees with you and thinks that leaving you in hiding here, that it's the only way he can prevent that war.
I can see how your father, shrewd but also single-minded as he was, might have followed such a line of reasoning as that. Oh, Zagreus. What have I done?
Don't blame yourself. Blame the fuckheads up at Olympus.
Done.
Bye, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
Can't.
At least I got to see you once.
Oh, I need to fix this.
Hey, Hypnos. How are you? Oh, I don't even have any gifts. Damn it.
Darn natural causes got you once again there, didn't they?
Yep.
Well, you show them next time. Would you do that for me, huh?
Sure.
Have you met natural causes, my dude?
So
Does he think it's a person?
Time if you decide to, lad. But I do have a question, same as you did, going into this. Why did she leave? Why did she leave you in particular?
It's that she didn't even know I was alive. Sounds as though Nyx revived me sometime after I was born, but by that point, Mother had already left, and they let her be, for reasons I'm trying to find out.
Ah, that's quite a bit to take in there. And it explains more than a bit, I think. Look, I'm not one to speculate too much. I trust you'll find the answers that you seek as you proceed.
Thanks, sir.
I was looking all over for you.
Me? Look for me.
The prince and
You know
Cerberus
exactly where I was.
exchange a look.
Mimi. Hey, sweetie. What are you doing?
Take care, boy. You're my good boy. Yes, you
The
are.
dog. Do our ritual.
I told you, boy. I told you. There's no escape from here.
Blah,
Learn that the
blah,
hard way,
blah,
then.
blah, blah. Oop. I pressed a button on my mouse that I did not intend to. Can it please go back to being off? I don't want to light, please. Oh, Lord. Broken it. Whatever.
You could have told me more important things. Mother left because she never even knew I was alive. Thanks to you. She's got a lot of questions herself, as you can probably imagine. I'm headed back to her. You going to cooperate?
Nonsense. Listen to me. If you have any sense remaining in that head of yours, I caution you not to discuss this here and now.
Let me go.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
have to
find
go
her.
all the way
She
back
demands it.
to discuss this.
No. I'll hear no demands from you.
It's not from me, bitch. Oh, hi, Orpheus, you're back. Okay, we gotta keep upgrading the lounge for our dearest. Cutlery. Ooh, a spice rack.
I think we'll go with this. All right, house contractor, go do your thing.
I like spice racks.
What are we supposed to do with that?
Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you. I want some flavor in my food. Buddy. Pal. Grit, flair, comfort. I'll take comfort.
Well, I don't see
Comfort
why
sounds
not.
good.
The lounge's regulars might like this rug, I guess.
You could make better use of your limitless time.
It's cutesy. Could I? As you said,
There you go.
limitless.
I think the lounge will be better off with these tables here.
There were no complaints on record of the prior tables.
Wah, wah, wah. Alaska has redeemed show cat. Okay, let me get a cat real quick. Here's our old, frail old lady, Cassandra. Pretty girl. Aww. Okay, baby. Yeah. She's not scared. She's just concerned. You haven't been here in a while. Yeah, I moved things around. She has not been in my room since I moved my desk. She doesn't like it. Okay, I gotta let her out of my room real quick. Is the door closed? Yeah, she's the one who we were trying to get put on an inhaler. The doctors have not fucking filled that medication, though. It's pissing me off. But it had been a while since I brought her in here, so... Here you go, Cassandra.
Hey, Orpheus. I take it you know all about the time I burned my father's hands to a crisp the moment I was born? He grasped me by the feet, and they caught fire. And that's why he still wears those fancy rings, to cover up the hideous scar tissue.
But that is such a splendid tale, Zagreus, deserving to be sung both far and wide until it turns into the stuff of myth, as deathless as the gods themselves. I'll gladly tell that one about.
Great.
Wait.
What?
Child, quickly now, before you go. I know how all of this must look. Know that I was true to her, Persephone, and that I think fondly on the time she spent with us.
I ship Nyx and Persephone. I ship them.
Of course, Nyx. Though, why did she really leave the underworld, do you think? Besides, because of me. So what if she thought I died at birth?
If not lovers, then
She did not feel that
besties.
she belonged. It was a very difficult adjustment she was forced to make. And she feared that she would inevitably end up caught between Olympus and this realm. That she might start a war.
A war. Wars have been fought for less, I understand. And father must have been a real burden, too.
You do not know. Ask her yourself about her time with him. But I have already said too much, and I cannot say more.
You've said more than enough. I'll see you, Nyx.
Patch up the seating, update the menu, clean the stove, stock the honor bar, sweep the rug, dust the rafters, mop the flooring, pay the broker. Oh, sorry, Prince.
That's a
I'm way
lot.
behind on my assignment, so if you'll excuse me, please.
Do so. Wait, before you fly away, there must be something I can do to help pitch in with everything. Doesn't matter how good you are at your job, what you're describing, that's more than one individual can handle.
Your Highness, please. I know you mean well, but I have this. Wish everybody wouldn't doubt me all the time.
Aw,
But
that's
that
not what I
house
mean.
contractor just gets to stand around waiting for work orders. Unless they come from me, then no.
Hi, Ocean. Yes, here.
The house contractor
here's
is
your love.
cooperating with you, huh? No wonder so many lounge renovations are clogged up in the works. Though maybe I can grease the wheels a bit.
I completely forgot. I need to get more cooking grease for the head chef. I have to go.
Hi.
She's running herself ragged.
Yep.
Those spices working out all right?
I hope so.
Here's all I caught.
What do I get?
Pleasure doing business.
Okay. I was hoping for nectar, but, you know, sure.
What's for sale?
What do you got? Yeah, I think I'll take this. This is kind of nice.
Give me the current special.
One of the rare times I'll buy something from him. Oh. Pay for 50 jobs from the house contractor. Nice.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Never. We'll never sleep again. Alright, let's see. Mirror time. Mirror, mirror on the wall. I'm poor again.
Felt that, I think.
Now, let's actually remember to switch out my thingy-mabobs.
Keepsakes hold power.
Okay, that's Ares first. I'm done with Ares. In terms of his things. Percent dodge chance and move speed. What's this? Meter. Wait, is this from Hermes? Do I not get one that... Yeah, it is. Can I not get one that makes the next boon from Hermes? Damn it. Poseidon's almost to rank 2. Or we can go with Chaos. Yeah, let's get Poseidon's to rank 2.
Go with that one.
Alright. Oh, why? Why
Ready,
on
Exegriff?
earth? Why? Why must you curse
You're
me?
no mere weapon, are you?
I hate this thing. I hate this thing. You know... I need this though. I need the...
Ready, Exegriff?
I need the bonus.
Into it, pal. Just point and shoot.
Ugh. I hate this thing.
Whoa.
Woo your ass. Oh god, and we're gonna play it with heat on. Ugh. Disgusting. What's this? No, wait. Well... Here we go. I guess.
Don't stick around on my account, boyo.
Blah, blah, blah. Go away. What? Oh, begin escape.
This ought to be interesting.
Little nephew, why I could have sworn you made it to the surface recently, and yet you're all the way back there again. Must be some sort of terrible monstrosity preventing your way out.
They never ask what it is. I don't know if what's-her-face's thing can be applied to Bloodshot. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Hades... Artemis Boon, exit wounds. Completely forgot to check again. Okay, no, it can go in Floodshot, so then we'll get Floodshot. All right.
Ready.
Definitely need some upgrades to the gun. Yeah, at least we'll get new stuff. We'll get Titan's Blood from Meg, or whoever replaces Meg. I still can't believe that I killed Hades with this godforsaken gun. Really? Could you shoot? There you go. No, don't.
I'm rich.
Oops. Oh, you're still alive. Hi. That worked. Nothing else. No. The fucking fountain. I haven't seen a fountain room in forever, and guess what? I don't need
To
it.
my health, although I'm full.
Exactly. Yeah, hell no, I'm going nectar. Fuck off, Charon. I don't need you.
You wretches. Back to dust.
Hey, little shitscape, could you stop it?
Look what I found.
Okay. I'm gonna use the altar just to see exactly how it
Let's try
works.
this instead.
Bless you.
You and me.
Overshield off. God, I need upgrades for the fucking gun. Are you not dead? Dude, just die. Good lord. God, next time I use the sword, I'm not gonna know how to use that bitch. Because it's been so long since I've used the sword. Alright. Artemis, have the thing I need.
Zagreus, it's me. I'm here to join the hunt with you again. Let's show them what we can do.
Let's exit once. Fuck you! Ugh! Why do you suck? I got the prerequisite. Just give me what I need. Hello, fellas. I need the one where there's no reload. I need
God's
the
grant me
that
strength.
upgrade. Call.
Where now?
Not to the key, because I don't need those. Oh my god, that is so many of you little guys. Jesus. Oh. Okay, little guys. Good lord. It's pure chaos. I don't know what's going on my screen. Are you dead? Hi. Ah, there's the conch shell.
Colorful.
Linked up. Range is ass. Thank you. They're just sitting there. Oh, I dodged straight into that. There we go. Ah, it's not where I meant to place it. Whoopsie doopsies.
Burn.
Oh, fuck off. Ah, that was rude. I forgot you can still shoot if I'm shooting. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you. Just go away. Wait, now I could use the... What do you call it? Fountain room. That's what I was looking for. I haven't used my cast at all. Which one is it gonna be?
Something's amiss.
The time has come.
I love.
Good, I'm not too late. Got here as quickly as I could. Scared I'll take more of them than
You
this time.
will definitely get more than me, bud.
Time's up.
Because then, gun ain't meant for killing quickly. Hey, that's mine. I had that one first. Go away. Shoot.
You're next.
Jesus.
You're all coming with me. Any last words?
I'll write this one
Okay.
off.
You barely won, okay? That's better than I thought it was gonna be. That's it. Come back, my love. Ow, fuck off. almost dead. Ow. Stuff on the fucking trap. Hi Ash, thanks for the lure. And the daily snooze press.
Let's see here.
I have enough money for both.
That's better.
Yeesh.
Come on up. I caught a knucklehead.
A knucklehead. Woo. If I hadn't spent that, oh, I could have afforded that. Oh, I've made mistakes. Huron, you suck. Yeah,
It's good to see you too, mate. You again.
Why is it never Meg anymore?
I've got a lot to be thankful for, you know, Redblood. Your
Uh-huh.
daddy could have shut you in the lowest pits, and then we never would have met.
Perish
Okay.
the thought, Electo. What would you have done with yourself if not for all our fated encounters?
I don't know. I mean, before we met, I've laid all sorts of other trash down here. But lately I've been keeping them waiting because of you.
Okay. Am I supposed to be flattered? What? Okay, wait.
There we go.
Damn it.
Stay there.
Ow. Ow! Oh my god. Stop it. Hey, buddy. Go away.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Please don't rage. Please no raging.
I'd better stop her.
How do I do that? Just by hitting her?
Piece of trash.
Ow. Ow. Oh my god. The worst part about this is the fucking traps around the room. I'm so bad at avoiding traps. Okay, Buster. This is... I do not like this fight with the gun. I don't like any fight with the gun, but... Painful. Oh, Lord. Ow.
That does it.
Do not make me use update.
Right here.
Oh, using up a Death Defiance this early is... Oh, that's gross. Oh. I hate the gun. I hate it. Especially on a... Oh, now I get it. Jesus. Electo, you suck. Meg is better. Electo? I mean, Sisyphony used to be my least favorite out of them, but... I don't know. I feel like she's less annoying than Electo anymore, now that I know how to fight her. But everybody besides Meg sucks. Can't believe I used Death Defiance. And don't got a Kiss of Sticks. Sad.
Which to choose?
Where's Artemis?
All set.
Girl, if you do not give me exit wounds, I will scream. I will.
Done.
Duso is best character and is friends with Meg. But Than.
Be there soon, Lenny.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Dusa. I mean, Ocean agrees with you that Dusa is best.
Come on, let's fight.
Ow! Stop it. Oh, I thought you were one of the wizards. You are not. Fucking gas clouds.
Night.
Ugh. Ugh. This is so sad. If you do not give me the extra dodge, if you do not.
Happy to be in the area, boss. Seeing as the mortal folk up here keep dying off, and someone's got to bring their souls down to your domain now, don't they?
How do you have any of these besides the extra dodge? Just have your one ability be the god, or two abilities, the god gauge automatically filling and the extra dodge. That's all I need, okay? I don't even know if I like this a whole lot, but
Moving
whatever.
right along.
Is our only choice? I guess. Wait. Wasn't my next boon supposed to be Artemis? What the hell happened to that? Huh? Suck ass.
Reloading.
Gun upgraded so badly.
Almost there.
Okay, well that won't work. Would you just drop? Jesus. That did not do at all enough damage.
I'm
There
out.
we go. Oy, oy, oy. Do you think you'll have healing for once? Once Betty won't.
Charon's offerings ahead, I guess.
Oh my god, for the first time. Really? While I have the fucking railgun, that's when you're gonna do this to me? Oh, 300? Dude, I don't think that's worth. I'm gonna be honest. That's kinda, nah, I'm good. Kinda ass. Artemis, look at that, finally. This is gonna be Barge of Death. Please don't be Medusa. Oh, even worse. Oh, so worse. Oh my god. Just Help me now.
I'm empty.
I really need you. Oh my god, it's so much worse. Oh thank god I took the fucking healing. I hate you. Why am I empty so? Can I just stay behind here? And bomb you. No, I hate do this. I hate I hate so much. Oh, why? This is messed up. This is messed up. To do it to me with an unupgraded fucking adamant rail. Fucked up. I'm not feeling good about this run, let me tell you. Come on, die, die, die.
Suffer.
Okay. I'm going to get whacked. Okay, could you fucking hit? Yeah, this run is fucked. Completely and utterly.
Artemis!
I hear you.
Oh, now you have it. Jesus.
In the name of
If you do
Hades.
not give me exit wounds. Finally. Another prophecy done. Let's go. Hi. Really? Did you have to? Thank you for sitting there. I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, yay. Did one of the deuces freeze each other? Oh, ow. Please, please stop. Oh my god. This is such a sad run after the last one. Considering I did that one with a bow. Athena, save me. Make it all better. Give me the Flecked Dash, please.
More spreaders.
I beg you. Oh my god. You gave me two of essentially the same room. Oh, and that doesn't block that. Okay. Good to know that. I would dodge through. Nope. Okay, dude.
You want to go?
Why is it not over? I hate it. I hate it here. I'm gonna lose my mind. Why is this run of Asphodel so cursed? Oh my god, it's so cursed.
Oh, I won't go back.
Fuck. Gotta reload.
Goddess Athena.
There must be some unconquerable force or foe awaiting you just at the border of your realm and ours. We cannot even see it through a shroud of darkness there. I shall make certain that your family knows it may take considerable time to surpass. So fear not, for we are patient here.
Are you? Well,
I'm sure Uncle Poseidon won't mind.
oh my god,
Not
a kiss of
finished yet.
sticks. It's a miracle.
Moving on.
Boy, if you don't have healing in here. Did I just step on lava? Why did the screen do that? Karen, I ever told you you suck ass?
I'll take this one.
Just need something on my dash or attack
Strong
or
stuff.
anything. Never known a run to be so fucking cursed. It's like, you made it
How's the
through
old neck
once, you're
holding
not
up?
getting any chance of making it through again. And it's the worst Hydra. Of course it is.
Good. Not yet.
Oh, I wasn't watching the egg. Oh, Lord. I wasn't watching the eggs. I need you to go away. Please go away. God, would you stop? Dude. Hey, the bad, what the fuck? Jesus.
Not now.
Are you kidding? That missed. Dude. reach me from here. I can barely reach you, though. Okay. Oh. Did you birth another one or no? Usually you birth two at this point. Maybe I'm just insane. I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh, there's the two. Oh my god, break it, break it, break it. Oh, I don't... Oh, it did break. A miracle. Where are these things? Jesus.
Oh, this is it.
I've never known a worse run.
I'm empty.
Why did that miss? Why did that miss? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, there's a child. Christ, I hate you. I hate everything you are. Learning, we were getting to know each other so well and love each other as comrades or whatever. And you do this. Jesus. Okay, my dude.
Again?
Holy shit, I died to the Hydra. Well, we're gonna call it here for today.
Why?
Exactly, learning why. Oh, great. Random drama. Let me come back. Alright. Let's pick out somebody to raid. Oh my god, that's such a sad ending for stream, but I am tired. Alright. Exactly, typical. Alright. Beach. Following. Oh. Live. Oh, also, I didn't give any shoutouts to people in fucking stream today. Because I completely, my brain does not. Give a shout out to B-Man. Shout out, Alaska. I think that's correct. Yes. Okay. And shout out Reconic. Give all these people follow. Go check out their stuff. God, I didn't even shout out. Ash. And Lemon. God, we're just catching up on all the fucking shoutouts today, okay? At the end of stream, okay? Anyway, who are those people to follow? We are gonna raid Allie. Because I love Allie. Allie is wonderful. Thank you for hitting the raid notice. Alright. And for the socials. Okay. That's not how you do that. Raid. Alright. Hope you have a good day stream. Have a good day, zombie. Thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody who's here. We're gonna go raid Allie. They are playing Locomotive. I've never heard of it, but Allie's great, good friend, wonderful friend, and she used to she had previously played a D&D character with the name of Gwen, so special. Because I heard my name every other minute, and I'm like, huh, what? But anyway. We'll give her all the love. Grab the raid message. The first one is for subs. The second two are for... Or no, the first one is for followers. The second two are for subs. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah. We'll give Allie all the love. I will see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST. Or CDT, whatever. Daylight Savings Time. Blah. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back with Vampire Masquerade. Other than that, have a good day. Get some good sleeps. Tell your mother you love them. And yeah, I will see you then. Bye.